Oh yeah, I think we're ready to stream, and by that I mean I'm ready to adjust my camera settings because they did not get adjusted in all the stuff I was setting up for the stream. Oh yeah, and I still got to get these two, oh, you can't see my mouse, but I still got to get those two posters switched out back there because they're too reflective for something that's not reflective. Give me just a moment. Things look a little better. Get my hair fixed up. Ooh. Okay, actually, no, that's pretty okay. You know what? All right, it actually looked pretty okay to begin with. I guess I didn't have to futz around with it. This is actually this is actually the game music. This is not selected by me. Hey everybody, welcome back to Aku Arcade. We're going to be playing The Roottrees Are Dead today. Joined by Reka back there. The shoulder, there we go. And I know literally nothing about this game except that it's called The Roottrees Are Dead. It's supposed to be kind of like a mystery puzzle game. People say that it's like the spiritual successor to Return of the Obra Dinn, which is one of my all-time favorite puzzle games. And it's supposed to take us anywhere between 7 hours to 16 hours, depending on how much of a completionist we're going to be. So I figured we'd get at least 2 streams out of this, possibly 3. I don't think we're going to get 4, but we're going to see. And yeah, I'm really excited to get into this game. And that's literally all I know. Not much going on right now in my daily life that I want to talk about. So I say, you know, let's just get right into this game. Get plug and play in this thing. So jump on over to full-blown game capture. There we are. And switch up my mice. Okay, so I opened up the game to the menu just before I went live. And I was like, hey, that's some nice fucking saxophone, so I don't even have to put on some music. All right, so gameplay. Let's see. Show evidence intuition. Display a number on evidence that indicates if are more leads to track down. If there are. Okay, well, right away, I don't know. That doesn't seem very good. There's already like a fucking grammatical error right here in the in the menu. Okay. So disabling this increases the difficulty of the game. Oof. I think we should turn this off. Because it wouldn't be realistic for me to know that for the game to tell me, hey, there's more for you to figure out here, you know? I think we should do this. Enable search all for periodicals. Enabling this makes certain puzzles significantly easier. No, we will not do. Zoom sensitivity. Sure, sounds fine. Invert control y-axis. Controller. I am not using a controller. I don't know if I should be. So we're going to leave that alone. Graphics. Full screen, sure. Resolution. High. Is high the highest? High is the highest. Okay. VSync, sure. We'll go ahead. All right, cool. Low. Oh, okay. You know what? Fine. Whatever. Let's just leave it. Okay. You know what? Let's kind of turn music down a bit. Ambient down just a sound. But speech. It's typically kind of my spread I like to do. I always kind of have it so that music's the lowest, then sound effects, then ambient, and then speech. That's kind of how I like my things. And some people might think I'm a fucking psychopath for liking my ambient sound up that high, but you know what? I like the wind, the rain, the birds, the crickets and stuff. I like those noises, and I feel like games always have those noises really low, so I like to have those up real loud. But of course, speech always needs to be like the top and needs to stand alone, because fucking games like to have people fucking whisper, and it drives me insane. Same thing with movies and TV shows. And who the fuck is it that purposely does it? It's it's the guy who does like Tenet and what's his name? Christopher Nolan, right? Yeah, that guy. I think he says I think it's him. I think he purposely makes his like music and sound effects super loud, and he makes his speech like really low, so that way it forces you to try to pay attention more. Fuck that. Hate that shit. Subtitles, yes. Also, subtitles always on, because again, you can't fucking hear anybody talk in video games. Okay, keyboard sounds. Yo, yeah, we want to click clack on those keyboards. CRT monitor defects. Oh yeah. Light strobing. Careful, everybody. Warning if you have any issues with epilepsy. Reading font size. Sure. Medium. Camera transitions to from room. Awesome. Cool. I think these are great settings. Let's jump on in. Roottrees Mania. This mystery will unlock once you finish Roottrees Are Dead. Okay, so I guess that's the bonus content we saw when we were looking at how long to beat the game, and it was like, well, it depends. Are you talking about the bonus content? All right, mystery begins here. The Roottrees are loading. Oh, I see. It's like the title. I'm so excited to get into this game. Let's see what the hell's going on. December 6th, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Nice mixed media, though. I love that. Getting some fucking real life animation.
I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
I wonder who I am. Guess we're about to find out, huh?
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for. I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Already, I see why this game is being compared to Return of the Obra Dinn. So if you haven't played that game or seen somebody play that game, in Return of the Obra Dinn itself is a ship that was found. It's a ship that disappeared, and it was found floating out on the ocean, abandoned. And you are a insurance claims adjuster or whatever, and so you have to go out onto the ship and explore it, and you have to try to determine who died and what happened to them, like who died, who disappeared, who escaped, what happened to everybody, so that way you can get an accounting of what needs to get like paid out and to who and for what. And so I can see how this is going to be similar to that.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Oh god, if I fail, is that one of the secret endings to the game? Is I fail and I'm just not hired in the first place? Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. Sleuth! Let's do it. Okay, and it looks like the oldest is married. Okay. Okay, we got ourselves a cork board. What we're on right now. On the evidence. Got milk picture. Was not expecting that name. The person who... Oh, is there something to click on to read it? All right. Oh. Ooh, we can take our own notes. Oh, that's going to be fun. I like that. Okay, cool. All right, boys, I'm sorry you're going to have to deal with me reading things today. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters. Got milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay, so apparently the Roottrees family owns a chocolate bar, I guess brand. And we already know that they had like a fashion line, and of course painting the mustaches on them because it's a milk ad, so that, you know, they're talking about a white, you know, milk mustache, not like a actual fucking mustache. Okay, which I do not have because I make sure I shave before almost every stream because I do not look good with facial hair, I don't think. And I also hate facial hair. I find it very itchy, but I have very sensitive skin. Also, there's other risks. Getting into that tonight. All right. This is about the Roottrees, not me. Stop grilling me. What's wrong with you? All right. How you feeling, Reika?
Good.
You know who killed them yet?
No.
Okay. Darn. That she was going to be my ace up my sleeve. All right. That's okay. I'll check back in with you later and see if you've got us the mystery solved.
You're better at investigating games, honey. Come on.
Yeah, but you're my dark horse in this. Okay. So, this is them, but we don't know who is who and what is going on. And then that's it, right? All right. List of names. This list was provided to you by the mysterious person who showed up at your door. You'll need it to fill in the family tree. Women. Blank Eloise. Anderson Gwyneth. Bean Deborah. Bean Deborah. Carlson Laura. Cattrall Stephanie. Christensen Patricia. Edith Jones Patricia. Oh, there's a lot of names here. Gotcha. Okay, so something important to note is that one of the Roottrees sisters is named Candy. That's fun because they seem to have a candy bar. So one of the Roottrees sisters is married, meaning that her last name may have been changed already, which might be involving this question mark scene. She might have kept her last name as Roottree, or she might have taken the new one, so we don't know that yet. She did not hyphenate it because we don't see any Roottrees with hyphens. Also, even though it is rarer, much rarer, but especially when you're dealing with famous and wealthy families, it is possible that the husband, might have taken her name. That is a chance. There is a chance there. You also never know, but considering this is back in the 90s, we could, because there's men and women, this game could end up having some trans people involved, but we don't know, because again, this is back in the 90s, so that would have been a much rarer incident back then. Items. Okay, that's everything. All right. Cool. No notification. Documents. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Instead of Apple. Nice. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Okay, so like I know we just spend a lot of time looking at stuff, but I mean, like, can't I just take a look at? Can I just take a look at spider search? Can I just take a look at like who is oldest? Roottrees sisters' ages, right? Pro tip: you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an unofficial Roottree fan site seemingly created by a teenager. It's neon pink with purple text, and hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS, but Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. You might think they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom Brenda is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand Root. I eat Roottree candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps, and try to dress in plaid Root. Clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. The website's author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root fashion lines, but none of it is relevant. Okay, so Raina is the oldest and is married to TMS. Of course, this is like a fucking crazy ass little kid, right? This is probably like misspelled, so let's keep that in mind while we're looking. So Raina and TMS. Let's head over here. Raina. Any of the Roottrees? Yes, we have a Raina Roottree. Okay. And is married to someone named TMS. So we're going to go down to the S's here. Looks like Thomas Sheridan then. So this could be a Sheridan Thomas. And this should be a Raina Roottree. Is the oldest and got married, but Riley is the smart one. Rose is the middle like me. Blah, blah, blah. We saw that Riley... So she tries to dress in plaid Root clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. So Riley wears plaid, which, you might recall, we've got ourselves a plaid one here, right here. So that's Riley, correct? They said? Yes. And Riley was the youngest. Nice. Oh, can I just... Okay, so youngest was Riley. And Rose was the middle. Yeah, this is already kind of very similar, like I said, to Roottrees. Where the fuck is Rose? Rose is a middle child like... Interesting. Okay, well, do we find Rose anywhere else here? Does anybody else here have that first name, but with a different last name? Huh. Okay, well, that seems to be an inconsistency then with that website. So we're going to be keeping that in mind, that we need to be double checking all of this information, huh? That's for damn sure. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Riley does. Get my ears pierced like Rose. So, Rose has her ears pierced. Would make that one Raina the oldest. But again, like, we're really like not trusting this info right now, so we will have to double check all. Is there anything else that we can get from here? Okay, so now I think we should try to look up these people specifically. So yeah, let's look up Raina Roottrees. Okay, so no, that's doing the same thing. All right, let's look up Rose. What am I doing? We gotta figure out why Rose isn't coming up anywhere. Rose Roottree is not as popular as her older sister Raina, but still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottree sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. So this helps because it does say her older sister Raina, but doesn't mention whoever the other one was, Riley. By the way, I'm terrible with names. I've got like name blindness, so that makes these kind of games really fun for me. Rika's probably going to be really annoyed by me by the end of the stream. She's be like, God damn it, Gary. Why can't you fucking remember these names? If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deeper dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good search tip is to make a note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines that you don't recognize and search for them. These searches will sometimes help direct. Even when you don't, you'll usually get additional context. So let's look up root. Root is a pretty common word, although searches are not. Search for specific, keep an eye spelled and put. Okay, fine. Let's try root. Oh, sorry. Root period. Root, the period is part of the name. Oh, okay. Is a clothing company. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: "You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Raina. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year, every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother and Roots head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree." There we go, boys. Nice. Carly Roottree. All right. So now we need to figure out. Whoa. Okay, cool. We got some zoomies going on. So I want to go back real quick to what we were looking at from before. Models, add, and they're we do modeling for the root. Time. Okay. So we do need to try to figure out what their occupation, right? Oh, I also... Okay, so wait, that's evidence. I also kind of wanted to take a look around the room here real quick. The Notorious Montjoy. Cool. Mystery Comics. Ah, reference to Detective Comics, also known as DC. Just taking a quick look around the house. If there's anything interesting to click on. Emily Doku. Alphabet Davis in the erased names of Genesis. Alright, cool. I don't know. Oh, cool. This is how you can change the music volume. That's cool. I like that. Got a Game Boy. Got our password here, and it's password with an @ sign. My Cashew PC. There's my corkboard, right? Riot Girl poster. Very cool. Very and we got a spooky door probably to the bathroom. Or hopefully a bedroom. Probably have a bed. Ooh, I like that song. Okay. Enough faffing about. Okay. Tips. Don't know where to look next. If you're completely stuck, try talking it through with your rubber duck. Oh, no, I don't want hints. I'm just kind of poking around right now. Okay. Enough of this. Favorite are maple crisps. Take a look at the Roottrees family. I'm trying to think, how should we be able to find out their occupations? Because that's the only thing we're missing right now, is just the occupation. We've already got who they're married. We got the marriage. We got the names. We got the pictures. Just... Because wait. I think there's only one... Because I'm not seeing pierced ears on this girl, right? Or this one. I'm not even seeing holes. But I guess it's possible. I don't think they would do that. Alright. And definitely we got the right husband name, because that's the only... But let's look up Thomas Sheridan, and see what comes up on the computer. Because it might talk about the wife at that point. TMS is a common abbreviation for the early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after his starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use, and more recently, his relationship with Raina Roottrees. After a short engagement, they married in 1997, when she was only 19 and he was 23. Okay, so... that's confirmed, but that really wasn't what we were looking for anyway. Roots didn't really bring up anything. Let's look up Roottrees candy. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are a lot of results for Roottrees' extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable, blah, blah, blah. Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottrees shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on this page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president. With input and votes from extended family, the site does mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Linus and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottrees, who despite his death is listed as the current president. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces, maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Okay, so this is supposed to be like M&Ms. Since then, they have branched out countless other products, all of which incorporate maple inside. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Roottrees sisters. So they specialize in children's clothing, so I'm not gonna say that the Roottrees sisters are still models as their occupation, seeing as how they, I'm pretty sure, are grown up now at this point. It did mention, didn't it, that they were like had a music line or something now, right? I think in the news report. But I don't know if we can be going off of that for this. What else was this talking about? His middle child. Isn't it? They do the model. Is it really? Wait. How old are they though? It's 1998. When did she get married? 1997. Okay, no, wait. So she's 20 years old then. So she just died. And she was like, what? 20 then? Maybe 21? So I guess, are they all models?
Yeah. I guess so.
I guess so, because she's also the oldest then.
Reina is, yes.
Yeah, okay. So then, yeah. I guess they would be models. Okay. I wasn't looking at the years. I was under the impression that we were looking at adults who had grown up. Booyah.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Because we could use the specialized sleuthing tool, the internet.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Oh god, is this tree growing out and then like back into itself? Oh boy.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable root trees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
I don't understand. They don't have a copy of this shit?
I'm off for now. Carl Roottrees had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
That's kind of creepy. Is she watching me? This mystery woman?
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
I sense different endings. Alright, so these are the power stars I gotta get so I can fight Bowser, right? Okay, 3 out of 9. Before the person who hires you returns, every time you get 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree completely correct, name, occupation, and portrait, they will be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. It's good to know that we will get a confirmation of having them be like locked in though once we get all 3 correct. So that's nice to know. Oh, come on. Rika, this ain't nothing. Look at this. Look at this tiny, wimpy little tree. Yeah, it's big, like maybe compared to mine, but this is still like definitely a white family tree.
It's nothing compared to my family. That's for
exactly. Sure. That's what I'm saying is, whoever said this was a big family tree, it's like, all right, you're definitely not. You definitely weren't Filipino or like Hispanic. Like this is nothing. Also, these people only have like 1 or 2 names. Everyone in Reika's family has like 2. Everyone in Reika's family has like 2 actual first names, plus like at least 1 like nickname that they actually go by.
Fit in their name.
Plus a nickname, and then they usually have like 2 different middle names as well. Oh man, it's
First name, sometimes 2 middle names. Yeah.
yeah, it's insane. It's a nightmare for me because again, I cannot get names.
As long as you remember the immediate family members, honey, it's fine.
Okay, so real quick, just fill in what we know.
Maybe the founder of the company.
Yeah, no, hold on. Yeah, we got real quick. The mom is Brenda, and the dad.
The dad is Carl.
Yeah, Carl and Brenda. So yeah, let's pop those in real quick. This would be Roottrees. Did she not go by Roottrees?
Type in Brenda.
Oh yeah, it might come up if I do that. I guess it would be Brenda White then.
Carl.
Okay, and he was president.
Yeah, he's the president of the Roottrees, whatever company.
Ooh.
Not first.
Okay, hon. It says that they are always direct.
He's number 4, I guess.
Well, not necessarily. We don't know which president he was, but he was a president. So we'll leave that blank for right now. But he was a president.
We could search what number he is probably on Google.
Yeah, we should be able to. Okay, I just wanted to get their names though put in there quick.
Oh, he's number 5 probably, because that's Elias and Gwyneth.
Yeah, because these are the
founder.
Yeah. Elias 3. And this would be Gwyneth. I guess they're going off of okay, so they're not going off of married names. I guess they're going off of maiden name. But yeah. Oh, there's 2 Gwyneths. Okay, so we can't put in Gwyneth yet. Unless the website told us. So let's go back to the candy company history. Just his wife Gwyneth. Oh, whose family? Okay, Gwyneth Anderson. Doi. Did it right there. Anderson Farm. Gwyneth Anderson. All right. And so he should be first president. Oh, but we don't know. It perhaps. Oh, then again, it probably said it right here.
That's founder. The Roottrees company was founded by Elias Roottrees.
That's true. Shortly after your marriage. Yeah, okay. Descendant, including Carl. Okay, yeah, so it doesn't say which one he was. Okay, so then, yeah, it should be first president then for him. Unless founder is... It does not say founder. The wife could probably be farmer. Because, remember, the family owned a farm?
Yeah.
So we could tack that in then right away. So we'll put that in for him, president first. And then here we'll say farmer. Awesome. You know what? While we're on it, let's go ahead and see if we can find pictures of them. So Elias Roottrees. Here. I hate the way that there's 2 T's. Like it's going to be bothering me this whole time. Okay, at the top is a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. That picture has been added to your evidence. There is also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 Pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 Pieces became widely successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy, by Bess Williams. To say they are biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there is a long list of accomplishments and awards. And one stands out. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Interesting. Watchman of the Year. So, well, wait. Because we could choose president, they're not looking for us to put in their occupation before they became president, would they?
I don't think so.
I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. Oh man, look at those. Handsome couple. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Roottrees Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you've found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. They will be marked on the chart with a star. I wonder if there's going to be some like little hidden person someplace that we're going to have to click on at some point. Okay, hold up. What's up with this 3? What else we got here? This is an advertisement for 5 Pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 Pieces were named as such because of the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. So we have So Strawberry, Cool Chocolate, Bad Blue Raspberry, Awesome Maple, and Power Plum. It bothers me that they're pointing down here for Power Plum instead of the obvious candidate, right? As terrible. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Okay, so one of the original flavors was an elderberry. Interesting to note. So if he had 5 flavors, his 5 kids. Okay, so Han. It seems like. Okay, so they said that they started the candy company soon after they got married. So
yep.
More than likely, they named. So they had the candy company before they had children, probably. They might have named their children in some way after the 5 Pieces candy, or at least candy flavors, or named their children candy stuff in some way. So one of the children then might be related to elderberry in some way. So we shall have to take a look at that. Like there might be one called maple or something. Might be one called cocoa or something. We have to keep that in our mind. Notable root tree. Well, we already have here red root tree, right? That could be again one of the 5 pieces, one of the 5 kids. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on this list will be marked with a star. Notable root trees will be crossed out after. They are verified and logged. Okay, so this is a good place to start, basically, what they're trying to say. The story so far. Roottrees sisters and the parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared in your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be family members in place. They said they would return in time to fill out 6 more blood relatives. See, I am already saying bullshit to this story. There's no way that the lawyers and the family members wouldn't have all this shit on lock. Whoever this person is, they are somebody who doesn't have they're someone who doesn't have access to all this information. They're an outsider of some sort who is trying to get a hold of this information because they need it. My guess is we are helping an illegitimate child, somebody who I'm guessing is probably born out of wedlock, maybe from a mistress, like some kind of love affair, and they are trying to prove their blood relation so that way they can be an inheritor and possibly become the next president. But they have been shunned or from the family, or have been told that they are like, basically they've been kicked out of the whole thing, or just told to like fuck off, and now we are going to help them prove their case. That is my guess as to what's going on right now. Which, more power to them. If, hey, whatever we find out is going to be true, regardless of who this person is. We're doing the research ourselves. So, all right, we can plug in these pictures here. All right, that did not lock that in though, huh?
He's President 1, isn't he?
Yeah, but do anything. I was going off of like the top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. Clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistency. And it's tied to this. See, it's what I was talking about. And I don't know, split up. Okay, see, this might be what we were talking about before with the shadowy person. This might be that illegitimate, like, heir or whatever. Okay, because there's 2 names in this envelope. So, okay. So, assuming that this is a sibling in here or something. So this could be like an illegitimate child that then has a child who would then be like, you know, on this level, who would be an adult that would be able to be taking over the company as president if it could be proven that they were a blood. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking that's what's going on here. The person we're helping is in this folder.
Not going too far ahead. Come on.
I mean, it should be Elias Roottree. That should be his picture. He should be the first president. Is there something I need to do to lock it in, though?
We probably have to do 2 more to see if it locks in.
Oh, as in I just have to keep filling out stuff? Okay. All right. Well, let's take a look at their possible children then. So let's look up. See, I don't understand this Watchman of the Year. Let's look up. Let's search for that. Business Watch Magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management and famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this the Watchman of the Year. You find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year, Elias Roottree and Carl Roottree. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any site you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find an individual article and issue through your periodicals. Okay, so let's go back. I want to do this at search periodical. Oh, Business Watch. Business Watch has awarded Watchman of the Year to many people throughout the years. Every 10 years, they publish the full list again. You search through the most recent list, and the only names you recognize are Elias Roottree in 1936 and Carl Roottree in 1987. Okay. That seems to be super fascinating, but is just a waste of time. Nothing important at all. Awesome. Let's look up Gwyneth Roottree. Let's look up 5 pieces. We learned that 5 pieces are the iconic candies sold by Roottree Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are colorful shell-coated maple candies that, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf. Although they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. As tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors. But the shape and combination with the maple have remained consistent. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. So we are going instead search the periodicals for that. No, wait.
Maybe just do spider search.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, the links are broken?
Okay, nothing from Charles Lee. Oh, shoot. Maybe it's history of print and advertising? Oh, wait, public library. Duh. Hold on. We got a public library thing here, boys.
I didn't even see that there.
Author, what was it?
Oh, Charles Lee.
Oh, you know what? I can just... I'm also not a great type. Boys. Public library coming in big. Too bad we're probably not going to have them for much longer in the country. Published 1985, hardcover. History, advertising, nonfiction. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onward to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from the 1930s, added to evidence. Fascinating? It's a miracle! One of the Roottrees' names was Miracle Roottree. A modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees 5 pieces. Contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, C is for cinnamon extract, M is for melon, and introducing M for Miracle Berry. Miracle Berry is a burst of beautiful, blossoming, blended berries. Try it today. So I'm thinking we just got ourselves one big ass motherfucking Lou. More than likely, this is the order in which they were born. With that miracle one, and introducing being the latest one. So we've got G, E, C, E, M, and M again. And that last one, M, is the miracle M.
Yeah.
So let's hit the board. You are going to be Miracle Roottree. And Miracle Roottree was a boy. Oh, I should have done that just because we also have... Okay, so that's Miracle Roottree. Underneath that, one of these is going to be Miracle Junior. One of them is actually a star. So let's hit that up real quick. Notable.
Miracle Junior.
All right, so that's... oops. I'm just not good at navigating this. So that one's going to be Miracle Junior.
It makes sense because there's Miracle the Third.
Yep, which means that this one here is now Miracle the Third. Awesome. Okay, this one here is the melon Roottree. So we're going to type in Roottree. We're going to look at those M names. We got Margalet. And that's it. So we're going to put Margaret in, but we're going to know that possibly, that's not confirmed. But we're going to keep that in mind. What was next on that list?
Cinnamon extract.
Which, is CE.
CE.
So, type in Roottree again. Clancy Edward. DE.
Elderberry, isn't it? Which is an E.
E. Edward. Or, okay, no, not Edward. This would have to be Elias Jr. Right? Because we have Elias up here, and there's only 5 kids, so the junior has to be directly under Elias. What?
Yeah, that sounds right.
So that has to be Elias Jr. And then over here is Rape.
Right. Could it be Gwen?
Gwendolyn or Gwyn? Yeah, we don't know, unfortunately. So we'll have to come back to that one, but it's going to be one of those two. Her name was Gwyneth. Okay, so she would be the oldest. So it makes sense then. They had a so they had their first child was a daughter who they named with a Gwyn name after the mother. And then their next child was a boy who they named Elias Jr. And then after that, they started naming them other things. So that kind of also makes sense. Okay. You know what? Let's go ahead and run down some of the... So that's kind of... I wanted to get that 5 pieces thing out of the way.
Well, we could also do the parents of the sisters, because we know who their names are.
Oh, that's true. You know what? Let's get Carl done. Let's get Carl done.
He was the 5th president.
Right. Well, do we want to confirm? Let me just type him in here, okay? Just because 5th president was available, I don't want to assume it's being used. Because remember, CEO is also available. But we know that they don't have a CEO of this company. So if CEO is being used, then that means that it's being used by a different company. So I don't know, we'll see. Carl Roottrees died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Roottrees and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. He was the president of Roottrees Candy Company, as well as the clothing company Root, which he co-founded with his wife. There is a short press release that the Roottrees Candy Company released today to news organizations. December 6th, 1998. Let's see, what time is it anyway? You know what? Now's a good time to go ahead. Before I continue on talking about Carl Roottrees, now's a good time to take a short break. Literally just like a minute or two, guys. We're going to go ahead and break and come right back. So don't Okay, everybody, I am back and we are ready to continue with this game. I don't know, maybe you guys might think this one's a little dry, but I am actually loving it, and I know Reika is also having a lot of fun, so at least the two of us, we are enjoying this one quite a lot. I do have to say that as far as visuals go, this one is a lot less interesting visually than...
Very reading based, honey.
Yeah, it is a lot less interesting compared to visually than Return of the Obra Dinn, which has an extremely weird and cool graphical design, and it's like you're looking around still like 3D environments of like people getting torn apart by like tentacle creatures and stuff, and people shooting monkeys and weird things like that, like on a boat. It's such a cool game. Fucking love that game. But so far I am liking this one, and I'm getting so excited for some of these little twisties to show themselves officially, and not just me jumping the gun on probably what are big plot twists. Yeah, hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully it's like where I was thinking we were a tulpa in the last game, Alone in the Dark, which I was wrong about. I was also wrong about the feast, which wasn't really a feast, and it was just they offered me a bowl of gumbo that I didn't even accept.
That's why I was very hesitant when I was like, you were saying he's a tulpa. I was like, right.
Was that at least one of the different endings you could get?
No. It wasn't part of any of the endings at all.
I think maybe I'm now even the most disappointed of all. Okay, we're not dwelling on that. All right, back into the game. All right, so short press release that the Roottrees Candy Company released today to news organizations. December 6th, 1998. It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, the Roottrees sisters, and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy, whose names we don't give a fuck about. The entire Roottrees family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumph and accomplishments. They go on to list some of those accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned... Oh, yes, we got it. Yes, the Watchman of the Year title. What the fuck did they want from us for this goddamn Watchman of the Year title?
Nothing.
You got it?
He's just the Watchman of the Year.
1987. Okay, but yeah, but like... God, they keep hitting on this.
Well, we keep searching about the two people who got Watchman of the Year.
How about Roottrees Candy Company resident? All right. Pretty much has. We did search for the Roottrees Candy Company, right? Oh, Candy Company history. Run by president with input and votes from extended family. As mentioned, every president has been a direct descendant.
So there's no CEOs. The group's president.
Still the wait, hold on. We don't have... They don't even have a picture here of Carl and Brenda. How about Brenda Roottrees? You stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress. That's a Brenda white original. A black and blue dress, really? You sure it's not white and gold? The auction describes it as a vintage dress from before Brenda became Brenda Roottrees and started designing clothes for Root. The white and gold dress itself doesn't seem relevant to your search. They just went and changed the what the colors were from black and blue to white and gold.
Type in just Brenda White.
Okay. Wait, no, but Janine, did you see that though? They changed it from
Yeah,
black and blue to
saw
white and
it.
gold. Okay. Very funny. Okay.
Okay. That's it. Maybe type in Brenda and Carl Roottrees.
How about root tree plane crash?
Plane.
How can I not get a fucking picture for this goddamn these fucking people?
Type in the Roottrees family.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and put fucking President Fifth here. Yeah, Carl Roottrees, all right. Oh, you know what I just saw right here?
Gwyn Roottrees.
Gwyn Roottrees is a star.
Yeah.
This person is not a star.
Does not have star. So it's Gwendolyn.
Oh my god, these fucking double T's. I always want to put one fucking T in there. Yeah, so this must be Gwendolyn. Alright, so we got the first 5 kids done. The 5 pieces are in place. Not locked in, but they are in place. Okay, so we have President Fifth here. We're gonna go ahead and just put that in there. How the fuck am I gonna get this goddamn picture? Because there's got to be something I need to search for to get, because these are easy to find online. Carl Roottrees. What do I search for? Find Carl. We've already searched for his name. So let's see what else we can do. We've already searched for root. We've searched for the company name. December 6, 1998. Maybe if we just search the date, might get a news story. Nope. Oh my fuck.
Maybe Carl and Brenda Roottrees.
Carl.
No.
How to get his... Okay, hold on. Maybe we already have his picture. Can we look back at that? Plane crash. Maybe we can...
There's arrows up there?
Maybe we can do... Plane crash. There are many articles about the recent plane crash. Almost all of them reiterate what you've heard on the news. There was an icy storm that affected the area much earlier and harsher than expected, and the pilot reported a loss of control before calling in a mayday. Experts don't have all the information yet, but some are speculating it had to do with wind shear, a sudden downward burst of wind. On one article, you spot some comments saying the Roottrees must be cursed after so many deaths in the family. Maybe there isn't a curse. Maybe there's a... Oh dear, it's a raid. Oh, Darling Deer is raiding us. Oh, thank you, Darling Deer. It appears. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
The argument started somewhere civil, but go on and on for 6 pages. There are 25 comments per page, and by midway down the 3rd page, they've deteriorated into a full-on flame war. Okay, so Roottrees curse. Let's look that up. There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background that says that the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottree... Oh, there we go, 5. But 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottree company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be coincidence. Okay, so there's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. The entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff 75 at prodigy.us. asking him to take down his site with faked proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Well, that's nice. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottree Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. Oh, sorry. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29, 1996. The website footer says, all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Oh, there is a lot of information on this page. There's a lot of information. Ah, nice. Darling dear. I am actually having a lot of fun with it so far, so I'm looking forward to getting just jumping more deeper into this mystery of what's going on here. Okay, so Reika, we've got that Guy is one of the presidents. Reika?
Yeah, I'm reading that right now.
Okay, so because I know you were taking down some notes. So Guy is a president and Ernie Madsen Jr. is a president. 5 pieces wrapper creates a Mayan ruby skull. I don't think that's important. Or that's probably not important. But we might want to look into this. Our Operation RT-29.
RT-29?
Yeah. I don't know if this has anything to do with anything, but let me just do a spider search. You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Rootrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over. And that every 4 years on a leap year, the Roottree Company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Their proof is that Roottree candies contain polyglycerol, polyrysinolate, I cannot read that, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottree candy in the past. You do an additional search for that, And it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Okay, yeah, that's not a thing. We're not going into that anymore. But you got down those two names, so we can come back to that stuff later.
Guy and Ernie.
Yeah. So we got the root tree curse on here. And apparently we weren't able to get a picture of Carl on this at all. So that's nice. Miracle. Just kind of taking a look around the board, I think. Yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to come back to that Carl's picture. I just don't know why. Can't see.
Well, we learned 2 other presidents, so Guy and Ernie.
Yeah. But we can try looking up some of these other people now. Blood relative.
We need to look for 3 more blood relatives.
Yeah.
Or was it 6 more?
I think we need 6 in total. Or maybe we needed 6 more. I don't remember exactly. But it doesn't matter.
The Star ones are easy to find online, supposedly.
Well, supposedly. But again, Carl, and especially since Carl just died, I can't believe, like, we saw a picture of him on the TV. You think his face would be all over the place. But
we could try looking for Miracle Jr.
Yeah. Let's just go down the list. We already
finished one.
For Elias and Gwyneth, I mean? Yeah. Let's look up Gwyn Roottrees. See what we get. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized, and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Interesting. So interesting. Okay, so now we have her picture, and we know that her mother is one of the direct daughters. We'll take a look at that picture. Oh, gee, mama. Oh, now there's a looker. This photo is a widely circulated photo of Gwyn Roottrees. You have seen it on multiple websites about old films. Gwyn Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. He will be marked on the chart with a star. Back to that spider search. So did it say who her dad was, or no? It didn't. Her father took her mother's name. Okay, so head to the board. So
One of the moms.
So the mothers The daughters were, there was Gwendolyn, who I'm going to put money on, but there was also Margaret, right?
Yeah.
So this one here has a star, so that could be her. Over here, there's no star, which tells me that this is Gwyn. Gwyn Roottrees, and she was
Actress.
an actress, or they don't have actress, so instead actor. Oh, I didn't click on her face. Okay, because they don't have actress, right? No, and she wasn't like a director or screenwriter, right? I didn't miss that on here, did I? Biggest role was in a movie. Yeah, actress. Okay, yeah, so yeah, she's an actor. Okay. We don't know who the father was. Oh, whoa. The father took the name. All we know is that the father was a okay, well, we can fill that in later. Right now, remember, we're focusing right now on the stars. That's what we're focusing on right now. Red Roottrees. You find information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius Herring Roottree, aka Red, was an appointed judge, and you know, I'm just gonna start highlighting stuff. I keep forgetting I could do that too. Oh my god, I didn't know highlighting stuff means you can take notes. Cool, I didn't know that. This is my first time I highlighted something. Oh, okay. Was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was... Okay, so hold on. Judge. Because he was the ambassador to Ireland for about 6 days. What?
So he was appointed.
Oh, you know
judge.
what? We'll just say judge, politician, ambassador. Right? Yeah, ambassador. For only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Okay, so we'll type in here racist and not related. Let's go to the board. We got some asshole out here who's not related whatsoever, just floating out here on their own on the board. What's this say? Don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed the last name after marriage. Yeah, we found that out on our own. Always use a person's most recent occupation. Okay, most recent occupation. Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I don't know. We might just be ignoring red. Oh, red Roottree. Because it's a red herring. Yes, gotcha. Okay. Jim Roottree. James Roottree. We'll go ahead and make a fucking highlight for this now. Now that I know all about this. Oh, herring is even in his name.
Yeah.
Okay. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Oh, cool, we get to listen to music. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse, and he hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay, so Jim and Diamond.
Don't forget to add the wife is Diamond or LaRue.
Yeah. Up here, I'm going to go ahead and delete these. Yes. Wife is Diamond. Rue. So she would be French, like moi. And then we've got, he is a, what would you say? Musician. We can get something out of that. Musician with wife. Okay. We got their song. That might be all that's really important here necessarily. We can listen to that song though. That might be interesting. Oh, we can click on their faces. Hell yeah.
That looks cool.
Rollin' On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics, kind of like right now, enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came across from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you never heard of it before now. Yeah, probably, and not because it doesn't actually exist in real life. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make disco this sweet." It is credited to Peter Janowicz from MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRue. Jim Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence. He will be marked on the chart with a star. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Okay. Awesome. Cool. I like the way they tell you the lyrics of the song contain no clues. So you don't waste your time trying to like what does it mean? Okay, so he is a, what was it? They said it was a great grandson. All right, let's head to the board. Jim is a great grandson, which means he's going to be on this level and is going to be one of the stars. There's only 2 stars on this level, which means Jim is this one right here. Right? Has to be.
Yeah, it would be that one, I believe.
Yeah, but it's weird because I just think it's weird because, okay. Weird because we have her picture, but it does, like, we don't have a place to put her picture.
There's 2 different wives.
2 different wives, what?
There's 2 question marks right there.
2 question marks. These are children.
No,
What?
right there next to the place where the spouse would be.
Oh. Oh. Gotcha. Let's see. Position. Well done. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. Also lock the following optional entries. Booyah. Okay, so she's not correct up here. So farmer wasn't correct.
Okay, let's go looking for her again to see.
Yeah, her family owned a farm, but obviously she wasn't a You find some information website for the first Anderson maple farm. Pictures including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm so long as she married. Oh, it is true though. Remember, it's their latest occupation is what they have. So
yeah,
she wouldn't be a farmer then because she was a farmer beforehand. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup, blah, blah, blah. And it will be on their... On their website, there's still daily demonstrations and tours that show off many... As a housewife.
oh, she was just a housewife. Right there, housewife.
Alright. So, next time we... So, for, after the next 3 blood relatives... it should lock her in at that point.
Yeah.
In fact, actually,
we need 2 more then.
She should count as a blood relative though. So yeah, we should just need 2 blood relatives. That's right, because she's not considered married in. Okay, so I think what this means is that because she's locked in, so we had
Brenda White is locked in.
What?
I said Brenda White is locked in.
Yeah. We still need a freaking picture here.
Picture.
But I think what this means, because she's locked in, is that there was a different picture we could have gotten for her. And then the fact that he's locked in, but there's still 2 question marks, means that there's probably 2 other pictures we could have gotten for James.
That's cool.
So as far as I can tell, you don't need to get every picture as long as you get a picture.
But it'd be cool to get all of them.
Yeah, and I don't know if maybe you get an achievement for getting all of them or something. Oh, look, even down here, there's another picture we can get for Reyna.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's head back to our specialties.
That's not done because we need Gwyneth.
Yeah. Still wish we could get fucking Carl's... I just don't know what we would have to search to get Carl's picture. Because I feel like we've just gotten, like... Let me head back to this thing. Carl Roottrees, 1986. Carl Roottrees, 1987. Let's try that as writer search. Oh, you know what? You know what? Hold on. Every 10 years they publish the list.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
published.
his picture might be in there.
Business Watch. So we need... Would they have a copy of this in the public library? But the public library needs...
An author. Who Watchman of the Year? Who publishes Watchman of the Year? It might have a name for the article.
It might be Watchman of the Year, might be... That might be the... And then this one here might be Business Watch.
Go.
Maybe if we go up to here, maybe if we put in Business Watch here. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies here. Does not host any online archives on any site. You can find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. Okay.
Maybe just type in Carl Roottrees.
There we go. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year. His work with Root. The cover and summary of the article has been added to your evidence.
There we go.
I just needed to figure out how to work that periodicals thing. There it is. Business Watch. Carl Roottrees grabs life by the roots.
Yes, and Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders, and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees Candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother, looking for a creative outlet. She spent any free time she had at the sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with the other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Word spread. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time, spearheaded Root.
Okay. So, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr.
Ernie Jr. was the 4th president.
Yes. And he is second cousin. Now, second cousin means that they hold on, this is in the journal because I'm terrible with this kind of stuff. Second cousin means that they share great grandparents, but not grandparents. So so this is them. This is their parents. This is their grandparents. So this is their grandparents. They share great grandparents, which means that Ernie Jr. is not in this line here.
No,
as a second cousin, he's in other line.
With a
what?
Doesn't have a star.
Yeah, we already know he doesn't have a star. All right, well, that doesn't give us a lot to go on right now. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. We also learned that... Okay, hon. How many other LaRues were there? Just curious.
There's
Jessica,
Jane and Kim.
Jane, Kim, and then there's also Rafferty LaRues. But it would be weird because we have LaRue Diamond, but we have Roottrees here. You would think that they would have Roottrees as a... So I wonder if there's other LaRues involved somewhere on this. I was just curious because I remember seeing other LaRues. They did mention a daughter here. They mentioned that there's a daughter here that's about the same age as Raina. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's an older sibling, because they could have the daughter that's the same age still be the younger, and they have an older sibling still. Okay. Still, regardless, you know what we have? No picture yet, because I need to click on his actual. A handsome guy, that Carl. Handsome man. Boom. Okay, we need one more blood relative. Let's go back and hit up that notable Roottrees.
Lauren Roottrees.
Author Lauren Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, so this is a distant one, is known for her book, A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. Oh, and then remember we saw Rafferty LaRues, right? To little fanfare. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries, released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style, and for a look into life in previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. He followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Alright, so let's take a look for Court
Jester.
Romance in Court is a book by Lauren Roottrees. It is the first and most famous of a series of 3 books off the Court Jester series. All 3 books in the series are about different romances, but told via the same narrator. You can probably surmise the narrator's profession. The 2 other books were called Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Searching for them online yields few results. The books had some popularity when they were released, and now, 30 years later, they aren't in high demand. Let's look up A Life Between. Because the diary has been reprinted recently. Library.
Library.
Public library. So, book type. Hold on. Life Between War. And this was... I don't want to have to type all this stuff out, so...
Why can't you just type it?
Because I don't want to. What was it? A Life Between Wars?
I don't know. And you're typing that.
Because it went away when I went away before, okay? Just relax. Printing diary. Okay, I'm printing stuff. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. Cool, 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 cool. Oh my gosh, okay. Jesus Christ. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Caption: this picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo, since Miracle was in it and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose, to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Okay, well, first off, I want to point out that there are people in the background. And I don't know if they might be important. Remember I said that there might be some kind of like little hidden people? Alright, well, let's grab some of those pictures. Alright, well, very obviously, that's Miracle, right? If these are the 5 pieces, that's obviously the youngest one.
Yeah.
She appears to be the older of the 2 sisters. And he appears to be the older of the 2 brothers, but I can't really of the brothers, but I can't necessarily say or tell for certain. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. So Angie, Miracle, and I are about the same age. That's interesting to know. Interesting. We were told only the 5 pieces. Posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later they never even took us. Can I click on these people? Yeah, I could click on him, but I cannot click on anybody else. So, oh, that might be a special secret guy. I could click on him. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what comes of that. All right. Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is The Next Generation. Caption: an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me, he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the four of us stand together, and so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we include Sam, which is fine. We already have Gwyn's picture, and Gwyn is done. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why including Sam. I also didn't think of it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. All right. So Sam sounds like he might be that kind of illegitimate child we were talking about before, and that's why they didn't understand why they were including Sam in the picture. Huh?
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get to clicking.
That's a lot of people.
And supposedly one of these is Miracle. I'm assuming him, because remember Miracle before had an eye patch.
Yeah.
And so maybe Miracle lost the other eye. All right.
We got a lot of pictures.
Yes, we did. Holy shit. Okay, so we've got a lot to talk about here. We got a lot of work to do, I should say.
That one was an info dump.
There was a lot, yeah. Okay, so this one we think was the oldest looking of the girls in the black and white. Or Gwendolyn. And then Elias Jr. We think...
Eli looks closest to the grandpa.
Let's go back to the notes. So, Pop even had it framed that... Okay, so this picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. This is Lauren's diary, right?
Yeah.
Lauren Roottrees. Who was Lauren's father? Did we know who that was?
We haven't figured that out. All she kept saying was Pops.
Lauren Rafferty. So she married somebody named Rafferty, and she was an author. And her husband died. She had 2 children, or she had at least a child. She was a mother. Name. And a young widow and mother, as well as... Okay, so yeah, but we know that's Pops on the left with blonde hair. Okay, so that's Pops there on the left. It's taken to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Okay, well, she wouldn't say Pops and Eli Jr. So that must be Eli Jr. in the middle. And then her dad is not Eli Jr. Right? With the way she's saying it. So Elias Jr. must be him. And then Fancy Edward then must be there. Which means Lauren is down here. One of these. Marguerite must be here. Which makes sense because blonde. And she looks like Gwyn.
Yeah.
And then over here we have
Miracle.
Miracle. Okay.
And she had a sibling, so we could try to find one where there's two together.
Who had a sibling?
Lauren, right? Because there's Angie. Keeps talking about Angie and I.
No, not necessarily. Angie could be one of like these other kids.
Well, she's also a star.
That's true. She is a star, which means, yeah, that's true. She has to be this one here then. Okay. So this one here then has to be, it's true. We didn't even think about that. Lauren Roottrees.
It also shows that it's married and had a kid.
And we know she was an author. And she was married to a
Rafferty.
Rafferty.
So there's Chris, Clark, and Jacob.
I don't know if it's said.
Try typing Rafferty. Maybe it could tell us if they're married to her or not.
Her husband. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go back though to the. Let's go back to the pictures. Though. Let's keep looking at the pictures. Let's deal with that first. Next generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation for old time's sake. We gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. Okay, so okay. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. Oh, that's another thing too, is that, remember, it says that it's her and her brothers, and that there's 4 of them together, okay?
Oh yes, sibling.
And so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. So these are her brothers then. And
So
that's
that must be her in the blue dress.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's put her in. Well done. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've
Nice.
also locked the following optional entries. None.
Oh,
Oh
none.
yeah. But that's we know we didn't though. That's fine. We're getting stuff. It's okay. We're working on it.
You're on
Here.
a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Oh, I'm sure.
But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
I wonder if maybe there was some burst pipes because of a break-in at the office.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
I need to find 9.
Yeah, but we got some good stuff rolling here. Okay. I know we just got some new evidence, but let's keep working on this here real quick, okay? So zooming out of this. Wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left. Okay, so we know that the one that looks like Pops is Eli.
Yeah.
So that must be. Then again, they all 3 of them kinda, maybe not him. Man, I don't know.
We can include Sam. Sam must be the youngest one down there.
I would think so. I was up with those. They insisted the 4 was. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen, of course. Grandma also insisted we included Sam, even if we, didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. Yeah, we're kind of just. Well, not necessarily. Remember, Sam could be Samantha.
I'm just saying Sam.
What?
But which?
Yeah, we don't know who Sam is. You said Sam could be the little kid, but we don't know. We got no clue.
Who else was in the picture?
No,
Miracle
that little
was
kid's probably Miracle Jr. Look at Miracle
Oh,
here.
yeah, that's true.
In fact, I'm probably gonna go just slot that one in there with the way Miracle's holding onto him.
That's Miracle Jr.
Because remember, it's their generation. So, like on the board,
Oh, that's true.
it's gonna be this whole group here.
Put that picture right there then.
Yeah, I'm gonna put Miracle Jr. here, and you know what? I'm gonna upgrade. I'm gonna upgrade Miracle's picture up here.
We don't know who that one is.
I don't know.
You have so many names, so many stuff.
Yeah, we do. All right. Well, let's see. Okay, well, let's see if we can. We still have a goal, and that's getting these crossed off. We have one more, Miracle Jr.
Miracle Jr.
Let's finish that first goal, and then I say let's work on some of these spouses for the people that we already found out. Okay. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. Oh, great. He's an asshole. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northeastern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. The author also mentions that Edith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Okay, so I think that already gives us some things here. We now know his spouse is Edith. And we know that he was a televangelist isn't on here. Is con man on here? Con man is what are these options?
Well, what did it say about him again? Go back.
Preacher.
Oh.
Preacher's on there. We can put preacher. Okay. So that should be good and locked in. We won't know until we get it like another 3, of course, right?
Yeah.
So then let's start working on these spouses. And I think the best way to do that is to just search for the names of the people we have. So Miracle Roottrees. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottrees estate. It's quite bare bones, but it has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracles Roottrees. Miracle Roottree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over those complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. Via the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer about the tour, which is in your evidence. Witness the power of the Lord. Summer 96, 3 generations of miracle testimony. Special appearance from Miracle Roottree in his 68th year on God's earth. Children now welcome, celebrate with your pastor, Miracle III, and his wife, Nicole. Okay, so this is Miracle III. This should be Junior here as well. And the wife is Nicole. So a flyer for the 3 Generations of Miracles tour. The flyer is a few years old. It comes from 1996. The names are listed are Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence, and he will be marked on the chart with a star. Miracle Roottree, who the flyer says will make a special appearance. Miracle III and his wife Nicole, who are said to be youth pastors. All right. Well, that was nice. We did not have that. We did not expect to suddenly get this filled in, huh?
Oh, there's 2 Nick. Oh, Smith.
Oh, did it say Smith on the flyer?
No.
Then how do you know it was Smith?
Because Ernie Madsen Jr., I would think that could be why.
Possibly. I mean, I guess, we can always... Okay, we can... If it doesn't lock in, then we'll know, right? And we can change it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's cheating a little, but... Okay. Well, we know this is Preacher, so we can put that in. And we can update his picture to one that's a little... Yeah, older. I think it's weird having like children's faces on here, when they're like adults now. We should use whatever like the most current one is. You just what?
Because
Because
remember one of the president's name is Ernie Madsen Jr.? I'm thinking that Nicole Madsen might be the wife.
Probably not. Maybe a sister. Because remember, the wives will have their maiden names. Which is why Edith is Jacobson and Nicole here isn't, Roottree. All right, so we've got the miracles. Should be locked in. Whoa, no, because we don't know. Well, if he's making a special appearance, then Miracle Roottree should also be a preacher.
I think he might be a preacher too.
Yep, 3 preachers.
Wow.
3 assholes.
I was right.
Yeah, Nicole Smith. And we got Edith Jacobson. We didn't get fucking Miracle's spouse.
Oh, I didn't even think about that one.
That's what we. This is what we were trying to get.
Oh my god.
All right. Well, let's keep trying for that because I want to get that. Let's do. It
doesn't even mention the name of the wife.
Let's try Miracle Roottrees Jr. Put it in that way.
You'd think it'd say something about the mom.
Yeah, the wife, the mother.
Miracle Roottrees' wife. Maybe type in the Miracle Network. It might say stuff about the group.
Try Clergy Watch. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name and promotion. No, this is the same thing here. What did you say?
Try typing Miracle Network.
How about Miracle Roottrees Estate?
Oh yeah, the estate. Oh.
Miracle Network. I already typed that in, right? And that was nothing.
Yeah.
Testimony of the Miracles Roottrees. The plural of multiple people named Miracle Roottrees is Miracles Roottrees. Because pluralizing things like that is fun. Yeah, it's like the attorneys general. Cool, that's just all right. They're fucking with us. They knew that we would search that, and they put that in there. How the fuck are we gonna? His father's test level. How are we going to lies when impossible? Younger than his brother. Where'd that lead? Build the power of God inside. He triumphed over these. Regained his sight. This just did
nothing.
The same damn thing.
Try to put
How
Miracle
about...
Roottrees' wife.
Okay, wait. What was the?
Hold
on. Miracle third. The same damn thing. Yeah, let's just try Miracle Roottrees wife.
No, you can't even take that.
Yeah. Man, I don't know.
Well, we'll skip that one for now. Let's go to
Roottrees Marguerite. Nothing. Clancy Edward. I've got some ideas though here, so I'm not out of it yet. The Clanced, pronounced Clanced, Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Elias's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in the online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. Interesting. The Clanced Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. That might be Red Roottree. While looking into the Clanced Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Okay, so now things are getting real interesting. So, okay. So now we've got motives, Babe, for this curse of the Roottrees.
Yeah.
Because every quarter of the year, was it the profits, right? Yeah. So every quarter, the profits are split among the bank accounts for each blood relative. And they're only accessible when they reach 18, which means that the fewer number of living relatives there are, the fewer number of living blood relatives, the bigger the piece of pie you get as a living member. So there is a benefit to killing off your blood relatives, and especially doing so before they reach 18, because then I would assume that money that they had would then go back into the pool and get divided up again, because they never had access to it. They never got it. You might have noticed that, remember we were talking about the ages of the Roottrees sisters? One of them at her oldest was going to be like 19 or 20, maybe 21 at her oldest. That's the oldest of the three sisters, right?
Yeah.
Vicious. I thought maybe the main focus here was going to be about the presidency of the company.
No, it's more probably that they're killing each other off.
Well, now that's what it seems like. Because before, too, the curse before we were looking at it was also focusing itself on the curse before was focusing on the presidency, what we were reading, and not this. So I want to see the Roottrees versus RR. Can you close the door?
Huh? Oh.
There's a lot of barking going on. It's not being picked up on the mics yet, but if they start running down the hallway over here, it might be picked up. The Roottrees versus RR. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clanced Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clansed Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust. There is no additional information online. This goes back to what I was saying, where the person we're helping might be like an illegitimate child.
Yeah.
So if we can prove that this person that we're helping is a blood relative, then they are locked in.
Yep.
And then I wanted to look at the five-piece guarantee. What's that? The 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clansed Trust, was Elias Roottrees' attempt to ensure that the Roottree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottrees' president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clansed Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economics enthusiasts of all levels. All right, so this 100% confirms that this is not about the presidency at all, because as the president, your salary is only tied to the price of a box of 5 pieces. That's your annual salary. So yeah, nobody's trying to become president for the money. Like, that ain't it, Chief.
It makes sense as to why the wife is, a fashion designer for.
Yeah. So you only want to be the president because you want the company to do well, because you need the company to do well for your inheritance as a blood relative for your trust. Okay. Interesting.
Well, at least we found out Edward Clancy is a lawyer.
We did.
But no picture of him? Oh, wait, we have one already.
Yeah, we got a picture. We know he's a lawyer. We know his name. So he's good and locked in. The thing we don't know, spouse.
Waifu.
But so the thing is we might be able to get some of these wives by looking at the, children.
For children.
And there might be like some kind of family gathering. And speaking of which, remember, we got more stuff that we just gained. We haven't looked at that yet because we're going through methodically though. Like right now, we're checking some of these names that we haven't looked up yet to see if it just mentions, and then they married this person or their children were this person. If we don't Google these names, if we don't spider search these names at least once, we might be kicking ourselves later on. Like right there, we just learned a bunch of stuff that we might have not known if we didn't look up his name. Because that was super important lore stuff.
Elias Jr.
And this one here, because of this top secret, this might be all very important. All right. Elias Jr. Root.
Nothing. What?
Oh no, what am I? It's because it's not Elias Jr. Roottrees. It's Elias Roottrees Jr. I'm a big dumb dummy head. Elias Roottree Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside an old residence that has been preserved called Hunchetop House. You attempt to find more information about the man and the building, but come up empty. So, Butler County. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within the Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper there. There are likely articles from over the years involving the Roottrees family and those adjacent. It's been automatically added to your periodical search interface. As a side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. Fascinating.
Oh, I love that.
Okay, so... actually, hold on. Go back. I'll look up. A small feature details a building that Elias Roottree Jr.'s architecture firm worked on called Hunchetop House. It also mentions that Elias Jr. was Elias's oldest son. Hunchetop House seems unrelated to the Roottrees. Oh god, it's Suki pushing the door open to come. The door opened next, like over here, like just off camera, like in front of me, and there's just a dark hallway outside, so the door opens and there's just nothing there, and I'm like, what the? Oh, it was Suki. Scared the crap out of me at first. Hi Suki, where you at? Suki girl.
It's right there behind you.
It's Suki. Oh, her back and neck are all wet because she's been playing with Esper. Yeah, it's awesome. Okay. What else are we doing now? Okay, so that helped us get at least his occupation as an architect. But I want to learn more about the man. So let's instead search for Elias Root.
No. Type in Roottrees.
Just Roottrees?
Yeah.
The Butler County Times has played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the years for many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results.
Fascinating.
Is there anyone that we have struggled to find info? Marguerite. Nothing relevant. Correct magazine or newspaper name. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find really anything there. Okay. We can come back to those as Butler County Times in case there's like an event that happens.
Hi, Suki.
What? Oh, it's Suki. Too. Okay,
I guess we could look at the new evidence unless we're still looking for others.
But at least we got his stuff put in. No, we want to look up Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn.
Yeah. Spiders. Oh my god. Alright, Can't I...
Do you want to know who Mr. Morden?
Can I highlight and... No. I want to just grab your name. Okay. Window line.
Just put in Gwen, then Dolin.
Yeah, but like I couldn't remember if there was like an E at the end. Nothing relevant to Gwendolyn Roottrees.
Is there anything in the periodicals about her?
Probably not, but heck. Also, I should probably put in Roottrees here.
That's Margolite, not
Yeah,
Gwendolyn.
I know. I said let me put in Roottrees at the end of Margolite. No, okay. All right. Let's see. Lauren Roottrees, we already looked up her. We didn't see anything about her husband.
Or like children.
Did we have any? Okay, so we got those pictures. God, I want to visually look around this. I don't want to. That's photos.
Wait.
No, baby, I'm just. Hold on. I wanted to look at.
Oh.
Yeah. Because we weren't done with the Life Between Wars stuff for Lauren. This is what I was looking for. Because that's going to be her husband. And that's a picture of her. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages in A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottrees on the notable... What? What?
Sorry, I'm talking to my...
Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final month of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. By skimming the page of the diary, you gleaned the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write the legal document called the Clansted Trust. It's clear from the context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces. The first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation. The Free Spirits, the generation after Lauren's, including her son.
Including her son.
1953 complaints. And entry titled okay, so let's go before we move on to complaints. Let's go put this stuff in. Yeah, so let's go put this in, because this, once again, man, this diary is just these diary things. All right, so Jacob Rafferty, and then this.
We have a picture of him.
Oh, that's true. That we do. And we've got another picture of her here.
Yep.
And we've got, and here was Clark Rafferty. We don't have any other information there, but that's Clark.
We do have the last name of the mom.
Yes, which was
Cosell.
Sarah Cosell. Awesome. Trying to think if there was anything else. I don't think so, but I just now realized, wait, some of these people, we do have the other pictures, so we might as well slot them in where we have them. Okay. Back to the notes. So something interesting to note is that we still don't know who the second president was. We still don't know who took over after the original.
Because we got the dad was the 5th.
Yeah, we don't have anything from here to here, except to know
Ernie.
that. Yeah, we know that Ernie guy was 4th, but we don't, and we know what generation he's in.
Guy and Ernie were 3rd and 4th. Yeah, we don't have 2nd.
Right. And that's the free generation down here. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have the foundering, we have the 5 pieces, we have the next generation, and then we have the free generation. Okay. Or the free spirits, I should say. Okay, so here this would have talked about clan said trust as well. So now we'll move on to complaints. Compliance, okay. An entry titled Compliance seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the notable, okay. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Wait, you sure? No, this is fucking complaints, babe. Don't you gaslight me.
What?
It's complaints.
What did I say?
You said compliance.
Oh.
I was saying complaints.
Oh
It seems
goodness,
everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, I should read it as. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. Okay, so yeah, Aunt Margot. So Margot was the mother of Gwyn. Yeah, but we already got that. I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. But she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in starlit and tell tales of how she gallivants. Ooh, that's gonna be, hold on. This is going to get me... Starlet was a magazine that started with the colorization of film and went until around 1964. Generally, it was a tabloid with a focus on famous actors and actresses. Didn't much go into any other aspects of filmmaking and Hollywood news. We did get a picture for that, because that's going to get us... It didn't get us a picture?
It got us something for the PR articles, probably.
Oh, the periodicals. That's what I mean. Starlet, because that's going to get us... was it just Gwyn?
Yeah, Gwyn.
Give me a picture.
Okay, let's go back to this because
I want to get that picture. I want to get the other picture though. Hold on.
Oh.
Ben's often Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce. From Wild Bill Williams, baby.
Okay, where's Gwyn? Where is Gwyn? Where's... Wild. Billy? Williams Billy.
Williams isn't coming up with anything. William.
Go back to the name again. Maybe it's like that was probably like a nickname. Bill.
Of course, 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative and full of tabloid stereotypes. Some of it focuses on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she also announced she was pregnant again. And others mention that the rumor is Wild Bill had multiple affairs, which left her heartbroken. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name, and she answered, the power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honoring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power. Cornwall. Linus Cornwall. Okay, so we got that. But Roottrees has power. My husband similarly goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild combined with the alliteration Williams is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband. So consider this a Starlit exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both our family names for the next generation. Okay, so
Type in Wild Bill William.
Yeah, we're gonna... You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you can get into individual pages from your search engine. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies in the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave. Ooh, that's a good one. Which has yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about that film. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, especially with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party, and that she was already aware of his reputation. Did you know trivia? Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. Okay, so if he grew up in Paris, France, Williams is probably Wild Bill and Williams. He's probably French.
So,
What?
what's his name?
I don't know.
Maybe type in one of the movies he's been in.
Well, one of the movies is Fortune Favors
the Grave.
You find some information on a website about old films. Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah, Williams isn't coming. Grew up in Paris, France, and he returned there often. They went back there. It's okay, so real quick, they're going to stick. So they did split up. And supposedly they had a child, at least one. They said they were going to stick with the name Roottrees, and that it was going to have alliteration. So just like Wild Bill Williams has alliteration, this was going to have alliteration. So it should either be Robert Roottrees or Ronald Roottrees, because those are the two that have alliteration. they might have been twins.
Oh, they might have twins.
Robert. Bill can be short for Robert, can't it?
Oh, I don't know.
I
thought we'd go like Robbie.
I know Bob is short for Robert. I think Bill is short for Will, though. I think Bill is short for William, not Robert. Hold on. Okay, we gotta figure this out. Paris. There's something we can look up dealing with Paris. Like, why are they giving us that? Marilyn Monroe. But she was already aware, so like that's just saying, oh, like he goes after blonde. Pregnant again.
Okay, so she had 2 kids already. A kid already.
Right. Your grandfather. Wild. Repurposed for himself. Because he didn't have a famous name. Are we certain that, look here, nobody on this list is Williams? No Williams. Oh, there's a Forsyth.
Is there a Bill?
No, there's no Bill. Roottrees. Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to come back to that. I was really hoping, though, we'd get a...
Maybe try typing Wild Bill in here.
Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan, with stories and
His name is
gossip
Walter Sykes.
about who he had been. Can you stop jumping forward, please?
Sorry.
While I'm reading? At least don't do it out loud. With stories and gossip about who he had been seen with in public. Blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mentions one of his first roles was under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Awesome. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwyn Roottrees. An apology to all... Oh, that's right. He's French, right? An apology to all the ladies. I am actually talking. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, that son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently, the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my caliber. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know now I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. How was that? Ironically, the third is a room.
Oh, I was just reading.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that sounded very much like a Wild Bill Williams who comes from Paris, France. Ironically, the third is a rumor that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. So yeah, she did have 2 children, but we're still not sure exactly who they were. Reader on...
We just know that they were doing names in alliteration.
Exactly. Yeah.
We could try typing in the names of the children.
Walter Forsythe, we can put that name in it. It's funny because that's the one I called out while we were in here. Like, oh, look, Walter Forsythe. Yeah, because we don't. The thing is, we just don't know who's who yet. But hold on, let's hold off a little bit, because I'm still not done running down this rabbit hole with it. Because now we can put in here maybe Walter Forsythe. No, okay, that just brings this up again. And again, Gwen was just this. I wanted to take a look at this one last time to see if you know what? We could do a shot in the dark though, because we know about the alliteration thing.
I was just thinking we could just type in their names and see if they gave us like an age.
Robert and Ronald.
Yeah.
Robert and Ronald. Let's try that. Oh, and also apparently just typing in their first names works for the thing. So nothing. Okay.
Try typing in spider search.
Yeah, that was gonna be my next spot.
Okay.
And then Ronald. Because if, you know, as an actress, one of them might have stuck to like that kind of world, no? All right. I do want to put in the hold on. Let me do the no, not you. This one. What's up with the fucking music right now? You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available. Yes, this site is not broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Walter Forsythe is listed in the cast of a movie called Gal in the Gang, which was directed by Bruce Throckmorton. It appears to be a low-budget comedy, but no other information about it anywhere else. That gal in the gang might just be... Or no?
Maybe Bruce Throckmorton?
No, there's this is nothing. Yeah, it's not. I knew it wasn't going to be related to the Roottrees at all. Damn, how is there nothing else about this, about her pregnancies or her babies? And she was a freaking actress.
An actor and an actress.
Yeah, exactly.
Dang.
Even if he was a small time actor, even if both of them were small time, still. Let's say Earth's fucking
No.
Let me look at Gwen's one last time and see if there's like any other keywords I might want to. Oh, here we go. Let's try. Duplicated Eris.
Well, we know it has to be one because they said they were going to lean into alliteration.
Maybe take out win. I don't know. This might be a dead end for now. Okay, back to this.
Oh.
Gets to be in Starlit. Also, we didn't even get a picture from her like in the Starlit tabloid, right? She gets to be in Starlit. And this even talks about her visage stares at me from it. And tells tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild. Jesus fucking Christ. Who the shit is Harrison Lane now? You find some information on a website about, oh my god, if I have to go to another VHS website. The site is not very well organized. I guess this is the 90s, so it has to be VHS. The site is not very well organized, blah, blah, blah. Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us films. His largest role
has no connection to the Roottrees. What?
was as the villain in the first season of the years due to the popularity of Guys Like Us. Video brought. No drive. Mr. There's no. Harrison Lane seems to be dead end. Okay. Cool. All right. She's the first Roottrie woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. That's good to know. That tells us a lot.
Yay!
God damn, this person really tells us a lot of information. Booyah!
You're listening to
Am I being abducted?
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale.
Streaming for 3 hours, dude.
That took his life. Some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Yeah, because the shadowy person that's helping us is not fucking official. I'm sure we have. I'm sure we have that picture in our inventory, but we haven't looked at it yet because I'm trying to be methodical about this shit. I'm not trying to jump around just because we're getting given stuff. But I do want to search this up real quick. WRTD, right?
Yeah, RTD. Again, WRTD News.
WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station.
Oh, break time, honey.
No, we're just gonna keep playing for yeah, I guess we can do break time. Well, how many hours are we looking to stream today? Are we looking to go 4 hours? Because if we're looking to do 3, then we should just be streaming for a little bit longer and then stop.
It's up to you, baby.
Let's do a break and then we'll go for 1 more hour and then we'll stop.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think we're just finally starting to sink our teeth into this. All right.
There's so much information.
And you know what? I'm going to keep us on this jazz. I'm not even going to switch this over to some weird music. All right, guys, we're going to be right back, and then we'll hit this news report here. Don't go nowhere, or actually do go somewhere. Go to the bathroom, get drinks, whatever. Be right back. All right, boys and girls, every age. Hello, friendos. We are back and ready to get going on more. The Roottrees are dead. Rika, are you back?
Yes, I am back.
Awesome. All right. So we just had a special news announcement, and we are coming here now to the news website to check it out. It came in over the radio. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about the picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. Hold on, gotta hide that sidebar. Oh. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrees curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." Hey, Did I search investigative jazz? No. I'm not gonna do that. Is there anything in here I do want to look at? This is probably their way of trying to get us to look at Roottrees curse, so that way we don't miss that, you know? And also, you know, to get us suspicious. But yes, we already know about it all. Okay. Okay, back to the board, because we need to put housewife on this.
Gwendolyn.
Then the spouses don't need jobs. Okay. Where were we? She's the first Roottrees woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? But I'm off top. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. And now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwyn. All right. 1958 Dynasty. An entry titled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1950. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president of the Roottrees Candy Company, and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long, with architects, preachers, and lawyers. We already have that stuff, so it's no news for us. Nobody got time for candy. So, with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottrees name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead,
There's a kid named Clance.
What?
So there's a kid named just Clance.
Yeah, but we already know that. We just don't know who it is. Instead, it ended up going to Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. Boom, 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 boom. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had a very particular views when it comes to his bloodline. All right, so hold on. We can go plug that in real quick. Firstborn son of the firstborn
5-piece.
5-piece. And his first name is Zach. Shit. She said Zach with a C, not a CH, right?
Z-A-C. A-C.
So it's probably Zachariah Morden. Now, firstborn son, meaning that there's 2 sons. So there should be another boy Morden. There is. But this is a problem. Because there should be 3 male... Okay. Hold on. Not necessarily. Okay, so firstborn son doesn't necessarily mean...
Oh.
What?
I think the husband is one of Mr. Morden. So it has to be a Morden.
Sorry, say that again. What?
I think Gwendolyn's husband is Mr. Morden. So yeah, it has to be one of the Morden.
Yeah. Wait, why do you think Gwendolyn's husband is Mr. Morden?
Because it always says Mr. Morden was with Aunt Gwendolyn.
That's true. I do remember it said Mr. Morden was with Aunt Gwendolyn. That's true. I do remember that.
I have that in my notes.
Good job. Okay. So, but I'm just saying though, because she said the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece, that doesn't necessarily mean that they had 2 sons. The firstborn son could still mean that one of the Morden that they had a boy and a girl, right? So, but we do know that one of the children then was Zach, so that means that the husband is the only other male Morden, which is then James Morden. And remember Angie? Angelica Morden. Because she would be in this generation then. And she would have to be about the same age as Lauren. So chances are she's probably not going to be the firstborn of the firstborn. Because she would be too old to be the same age as her and Miracle. So I think we probably got this correct, which means Zachariah,
First president. Second president. Yay. We just don't have a picture.
We do, but we don't know who it was. And I was thinking that this would be that Mr. Morden person that was mentioned, but since there's no picture for him, we do know that that's not him then. That was in that picture. So we don't know who this mystery man is. But it's going to be important, I'm sure. So one of these is Zach. Oh, we actually can figure out who this is. Oh, we can figure out who this is easy. Oh, yeah, we can. Watch this. Watch this. I got this. Easy. We go back to that picture. Here we go. Because these are her brothers.
Yeah.
Which means this must be Zach.
Oh, yeah.
Boom. All right. So Zach is done. Angelica. Oh, we can fill this stuff in already then. Not necessarily, but my guesses would be Zach and her are probably brother and sister. That's probably Angie. But we can't say for certain. I don't want to necessarily lock that in. but that would be my guess. But you never know. They are actually, they are all related. So, all right, back to this. Where were we? Okay. Zach, even though his surname doesn't match Candy, he's the firstborn son. Firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always been very confused when it comes to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. Yep. We switching this. Warden. There we go. See, maybe we should read this all the way through first. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back. Maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Okay, so that was supposed to help us identify also that Zach was the fat kid in the photo. All right, so that helped us put that all. Okay. Next. An entry
this thing is fucking long.
An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learn that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two. But I was told trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realize." That's because Sam is probably in that folder, right? That envelope that we can't look in. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhand, E.C. and John the farmhands E.C. and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? And by the way, in case you guys didn't know, the whole thing, blood is thicker than water, The actual phrasing of it is the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. So when people say the blood is thicker than water and they're referring to family is like most important, actually the water in that phrasing, the water of the womb, that's the family part. So the water is the family. Keep that in mind. The blood is not the family. But people forget that. Okay. So this gave us some clues here to do. First off,
Who is Patsy?
all sorts of stuff in here. But there is an Eli. So Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother. So let's go back to here. And we can say that there is an Eli. So there's an Eli root tree. God damn it. Why would you have fucking Miracle? Why would you name your kid Elias? C and N.
We just need to figure out who the wife is. It might be the the middle name.
No, it's gonna be. This one's gonna be the one. The Elias over here is gonna be the C because of Clancy.
Oh, Clancy.
And the Elias over here is gonna be M because of Miracle.
Yeah.
And we don't know which of her brothers.
And it could be why one is like Clancy and the other one is Eli.
Yeah. So we know the names of her brothers. We even have their pictures. We just don't know which picture goes to which brother, and we don't know what age is the
order.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we don't know whose child is whose down here, you know? Besides the whole Rafferty thing down here. And the fact too that remember we've got LaRue over here, and then we know we have Lafferty dash LaRue, right? Ooh, it sounds like this and this is real messy, doesn't it? It sounds like it goes real messy, real juicy. Okay, so we got Eli there. He was riding his bike. Nancy swore he saw Sam. EC and John. Twins in Paris. The rest of them. Didn't recognize Sam. Patsy last. Okay, so yeah, Patsy.
Yeah, Patsy.
That was Uncle Junior's wedding. This.
Okay. It's probably a Patricia. But which one?
Fuck you, game. Damn it. Patricia Jones or Patricia. God damn it. Alright, might be able to search one of these, though.
Just put in Patricia.
No, because it's gonna be. You have to be more specific with this. Alright. Never mind then. We know it's a Patsy. Fuck me. I don't know what's. Yeah, that put.
Well, let's keep reading the book.
Yeah, keep reading the book. "1963. Hold on. given in to his wife. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam quite some time. So Sam comes from Gwyneth's side, mate, perhaps? But Angie summoned. Okay, but here's my thing: is 1963, and they said, "Oh, Granny had sisters." Angie summoned us. So this was written in 1963, and she said, "Patsy last year." So 1962 would be the wedding, right? So if we do 1962.
No. Damn.
All right. Is there anything else really in here that we could say for sure? I don't think so. Okay. Well, something we can say for sure is that how do I get to my page 1? Okay, we can delete this stuff. This is Elias Roottrees Jr., right? Because we're gonna forget this if we don't write this down.
I have all those notes still.
Well, I want to write it down, okay?
He's also the oldest son.
What?
Oh, Elias Roottrees' junior wife is Patsy. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I know he's the oldest son because he's to the left. Remember, left to right is oldest to youngest. That's why I knew to swap these two. Because they said that she was older than him. Remember, we went over this at the beginning? Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Okay. Back to here. Last page of this. One of the final entries called Clark from Lauren Roottrees' diary written in 1964. Clark's getting married, and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. Okay, well, there we go, Danielle. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. Says the author, right? The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. And as for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark.
So Gwen has twins.
Okay, so here we go. Clark's wife is Danielle. Danielle Franks. Clark Rafferty went to the academy. So there is a good chance he's military. I'm going to just put that in temporarily. We might be changing that, you know?
Yeah.
They do split up, though, Danielle and Franks, but we know that that's the first one, okay? And that military one definitely may very well change. Especially since, you know, it's the very first thing here. Discipline, forced to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm getting old. Well, someone who would be legal if they lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it.
But that's because Clancy. So Carl's dad is Clancy?
What? No. No, Carl's dad is here. He's dead.
Oh, okay.
He died in the war, remember?
Yeah.
Clancy is one of her brothers. But then again, academy, because remember they went for learning and stuff. I don't know. I'm gonna take off that military. We don't know.
No, I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying Clance entered the academy. But I don't know. Who knows? Academy could be anything, especially since it's. She said that they all did stuff for learning and stuff, paths of knowledge. So who knows? Maybe academy is actually like a school learning thing. Look, can I just take that off without you saying anything? I'm just gonna take that off. Okay, I'm gonna do that. Okay, moving on. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department store once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job at raising her twins. So no, Gwen didn't have twins. Angie has twins.
Oh, Angie has twins. Okay.
Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits and any other family, they all end up on the streets, even. Okay. Over here, these are twins.
Yeah, those are twins. And Jay.
But, I mean, just because they're twins, that they're going to look like each other. But that's not going to be important until later. I still don't know what's up with this box around. That's weird. And I don't know what's up with this here either. Okay, I think we're done with this.
So the reason why I was saying Carl, because Carl's the other brother, right? And it says
Carl is her fucking son. This is Carl.
That's Clark.
Oh God, hold on.
Clark and Carl.
And who the fuck is?
Clancy is the father of Carl. That's what it looked like. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy.
Okay, hold on. Okay, sorry. Okay, Carl and Clark. Okay, God damn it. I was reading Carl as Clark. Okay, so Carl then is Clancy's. But that doesn't... Okay, so then that means... Okay, yes, this is Carl. Okay, so then this here should be Clancy.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. God damn these fucking names.
That's why I'm taking notes.
Clark? Yeah, but okay. Even so, when you were saying Carl and Clark, these fucking names are like the same exact goddamn thing right now to me. Especially when I'm trying to. Carl, Clancy, Clark, and then this is Clancy and Clancy. Jesus fucking Christ.
Good thing I'm paying attention, honey.
Yeah, no fucking kidding. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that should make sense. Okay. So I'm gonna close this folder now. Music, got that. Marketing. Jesus Christ, what is this? What even is this? Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. I've got no idea what I'm even... Campaign mailer. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached to it that seemed personal. It is a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 20 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. C.M. So it says here, Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters or this is going to be super important to the plot, isn't it?
Yeah.
Is this the person that's hired us, maybe?
Probably.
22 years ago. We need to figure out what date that is, because that might... We need to keep an eye out for any dates like around that. So the current date is... it is currently... Let me go to the computer. I can remember. 1998. Oh, and the baby's due around December. Or around Christmas of this year, it said. So what is that? 1998 minus 22 is... Yeah, I can't even think right now. My brain is getting fried from playing this. 76, right? 1976? 22 years ago? So write down that... I'll keep that over here by myself here. 1977. No, 76. Birth year of... Was it Stephanie Jones?
Stephanie Jones.
Stephanie Jones. Who is running for office and had a unconventional family. Yeah, I know I misspelled some. Okay. 1976. We need to keep that. We need to keep that in the back of our heads and look out for anything that's mentioning any children born around that time, or people hooking up or getting divorced, or fights that happen, or any arguments like that.
About who is CM?
Who's who? Oh yeah, and then CM too. I don't know. We have to look into that as well.
Who is M?
What's up?
We're doing pretty well. Look, we have a lot filled.
Yeah. Okay. Story items.
Photo of Carl's generation.
It would return again. So after some time, they returned with new resources. A photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. They said they would return again later. Not long before they were set to return, you heard something odd on WRTD radio. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD. Okay, let's take a look now at some of these photos. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, "Couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys."
Okay. That's a new picture that we could put on the thing.
That's it. Well, we now know that Gwyn's children were boys, and that they're probably Ronald and what were they?
Robert.
Yeah, Ronald and Robert. I'm not gonna move that because I think it's locked in anyway.
That was better.
But it's definitely a better. We don't know which one to put down here. So,
well, yeah.
Yeah, we'll just hold on to it for now. Let's move along, okay? We're okay. I don't like to put in stuff without, having some. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, "To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie.
Okay, so Ernie was married to a Debbie and had a daughter named Nicole.
Yes. But we still don't know where Ernie fits in.
Well, it seems to be that usually the firstborn son, but we just don't know where that is.
I'm thinking...
Where did I put Ernie?
Okay, so we know... I'm thinking because there was just the one child, Ernie's gotta be... Because Ernie has to be a blood relative.
Yeah.
And because there's just the one child there in the photo, I'm guessing Ernie has to be either here, here, or here. Ernie's got to be one of these three. With the one single child.
Scroll in because I can't read the name.
The spouse has a picture. What do you mean you can't read the name? There's no names on these. No. It also says unknown names. But the spouse has a picture, which means it's got to be this one. Oh no, because this is a child with a... No, okay, that's right. Because that's a married, and there was a kid. This is Ernie. This is Ernie. That's the spouse we just had, and that's the child we just got the picture for. Because it has to be. There's no other individual child that has a mother with a picture. Right?
That's true. True.
It has to be this. So they said it was Debbie, right?
Yeah, Debbie. Could be just Deborah.
Deborah Bean. And it was that one there. And then this is the little girl with the candle. And they said her name was...
Her name was Nicole.
Thank you.
Type in Nicole.
Yeah. Nicole Madsen.
Wait, didn't we already put a Madsen somewhere though?
No, we didn't do Madsen. Remember, it was Nicole Smith.
Oh yeah, Smith.
You didn't do Madsen because we said it was Ernie Madsen.
Smith. Yeah.
She's a kid. Baby? No. Is there just
student?
Child? Ooh, student K through 12.
Yeah, there we go.
Ah!
Hold on.
Got her in there.
Oh my goodness.
These 3 entries are correct and have been locked.
We're doing so well.
We got... Look at this. Yeah, we got a bunch of...
Phone call.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it, but I did borrow it. I'll
of
return
course.
once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
Yeah?
Yes.
I'm a Roottrees. I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of. If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more, in person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta find him so she can knock him off the list.
Now put Ernie.
Is it EA?
ER Ernie.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's gonna be Ernest Jr. then. It's gotta be Ernest Jr.
Gotta be, yeah. And he's the.
Because there's no,
He was the 4th president. Yeah.
We'll look up his name soon, and he should have pictures because again he was the president, which means
that
this
means-
has to be
Ernest.
yeah, which means this has to be Ernest Madsen.
Meaning the wife is an Madsen? Or was Elias Jr. married to a Madsen?
No, we're stupid, we're dumb. Unknown name, not just unknown name, unknown female. We already know this is a female. We know this is a girl.
Yeah, that's a girl. Yeah.
Because we know it's one of two. This is Ernest Madsen.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
And then this is Ernest Madsen Jr. How many other Madsens are there now?
Gwyneth Madsen.
Gwyneth Madsen. So we can fill that name in there.
Oh.
And yeah, it makes sense because would be a blood relative. Yep. And then that's the last Madsen because now whatever name this is, that's what this child's name is.
Yes.
Through marriage. Okay.
Oh.
Well, we might as well grab Ernest's picture.
Yeah.
Wait, no,
It's
let's
somewhere.
no. Before we do, let's finish up with what we've got here on the table, right?
Yeah, that's right. We need to keep reading.
Yeah, because
I'm already losing track of my notes.
Ernest Madsen is probably in this picture. This is the Free Spirits, after all. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There are also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M.
Oh my god, that's a list of names.
Okay, hold up here. And Carl's the teenager in the middle. Well, boom. Okay, I was meaning to move it. Okay, so go ahead and just click all these fucking... Oh, nice. Eli's got a name tag. Thanks, Eli. That's Carl. And now we know that's Eli. So we can go ahead and pop in Carl's fucking other picture here. Eli. That would be this Eli here. No, damn it. We don't know which...
I don't
Wait.
know who Caroline.
Yeah,
is.
we do. So that'll be that Eli. And then here, this should be Miracle Jr. That should be his last picture. And then the rest should all be free spirits. So Ernie's in this picture. I ain't fucking know. Okay, well, Jim is in here, and we kind of know what he looks like, so...
He looks like that.
God damn it. He somehow looks like gayer JD Vance. Which one of these looks like him?
The guy with the...
Jesus Christ, man. I don't fucking know. Holy shit.
The guy in the back?
This guy?
Yeah.
It's either him or him, right?
Yeah.
He's got a mole up here. Do we see him?
He's also brunette with a mole. Alright.
Okay, brunette with a mole.
They're not showing that side of the head.
Fuck. What the hell am I looking at with this fucking picture? How does does he just look like her but with a mustache? And who is this? She's obviously the youngest. Okay, so if these are the free spirits and she's the youngest, then she should be like way off over here, right?
Probably.
Who is she in front of? Okay, that's not helping.
Elvis Presley?
Oh, she's in front of Carl.
Okay, that's Carl. Oh, isn't that
This...
right?
Wait, hold on, I don't know. Because this was taken in the 70s. Oh, man.
Okay, so I'm
And
trying
Carl's a
to...
teenager.
There's only there's 4 girls in the list? No, 5. Okay, 5 girls.
1, 2, 3, 4, and then her.
Who's...
She could be like the oldest down here, like over on this side or something, maybe.
Carolyn Gwendolyn. Who is the other girl? Okay, which one was Miracle Jr. again? We could take him off the list.
Right here. Miracle Jr. and then this is Eli. So these are the Miracle Boys.
Okay. And then we know who Carl is.
Yeah, Carl's here.
So we have 4 guys that we don't know.
One of them is Ernie.
One of them, and one of them is Jim.
Yes. Jim, as far as we know, doesn't wear glasses.
Jim doesn't wear glasses. One of these. This doesn't look like Jim, the one in the far right.
Yeah, that's not Jim.
Okay.
Okay, wait on. These 2 are gingers, right?
Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna call it. There is a line of gingers, right? And it seems to be this group over here.
Yeah, redheads.
Right. So I think we just need to start slotting gingers in them. With Angie, and then these ones here have black hair. It seems. And then these ones have blonde hair, along with like these 3 over here seem to have blonde. They seem to have blonde or brunette over here, and then this is black, and then this over here tends to be ginger.
Well, you say that, but the very bottom picture has a blondie.
Yeah, because the mom has blonde hair.
Oh yeah, the mom has blonde. Okay, that means Ernie might have black hair.
Yes. So let's take a look here.
Meaning the guy with the glasses.
No, they don't really have black hair, though. But he still might be. Hmm. I'm undoing that. I don't know.
Hey, let's go back to reading again. We'll get more clues, love.
It says November. Is November important? In childish print writing.
So that little girl probably did that.
Yes. See, now what's weird is the little girl appears to be black, right? We actually have something for this. We have something for this. We actually have a note for this.
Oh.
Yes, we do. Hold on. There was a note on this. Free spirit. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be
illegal to marry
if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. So Edward probably married a black woman.
Okay. Edward.
So Edward. Okay, so her brothers are
we're looking at Lauren, right?
yeah, so these are her brothers here.
Yes.
One of them, and she lists her brothers someplace, and I don't remember where. She does list their names. Where was that listed? Was it over here? No, because that was Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo.
I don't think she ever really listed the names of the brothers.
Alright, well, we know that they're Roottrees.
We just had the pictures of them.
We know one is Eli. Eli and Edward, then.
Yeah, we have Eli and Edward.
Okay.
And Clancy.
Yeah, but we already have Clancy set. That's Carl's dad.
Yeah, that's true.
So then, if Edward married a black woman and had a mixed child, then that means that Elias has to be here as James's father.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And then this here would be Edward. And then we don't know who. Then this should be somebody who's possibly younger than Carl in this photo. Because James is younger than Carl.
Yeah.
That's something to keep in mind, is that in this photograph, as young as Carl is, there's at least 2 people younger than him in it.
Yeah.
And one of them is obvious as being like the little girl.
Mm-hmm.
But there's at least one of these guys is younger than him as well. I'm thinking maybe I think maybe this is Jim then back here.
Okay, yeah.
Because other than him, who else?
Yeah, hair matches. The hairstyle does match the picture that we have of him already.
Because like these two for me feel older than Carl, and these two of course are definitely older because these are an older generation.
Yes. All right, yeah. Let's put that for Jim and James. James. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's an alternate picture, so it probably won't hurt, too bad.
And like I said, the hairstyle kind of matches what's in that picture right now too. Still.
Yeah, it does. To be honest, that's actually a pretty good match. Now that I'm looking at them side by side.
Yeah. Yeah, because of the mustache too.
Yeah. And then did we have a name for Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim, Roottrees?
It might just be Bonnie.
Next president, Guy Hudson.
Yeah, we have that. He died like Ernie did.
Yeah, but he's in this picture.
Yes, he's in that picture somewhere. Not sure which one.
And he's one of the free spirits. Interesting. Hold on, I've got an idea. If this is a root tree, let me take a look at the root tree names that aren't taken yet or aren't logged in.
There's a lot.
And one of them, Shanine,
Mm-hmm.
is November.
It's November. Oh my god, yes. Dude,
We don't, baby. This was a long time ago. We have no idea what she's doing
that's
now.
true. That's true.
We just know that her name is November.
And we think he's under Edward Roottrees. Yeah.
And Edward Roottrees is supposedly taking over as lawyer. See, that was some sleuthing right there. I'm happy with that.
I have like my notes is so obscure now because there's so much stuff.
We've got a 1 here, but I'm not sure what it's. Oh, the phone call here. Okay. Yeah, nothing new there. Yeah, that's all been crossed out. That's. Yeah. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company. But if you could girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, you could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. See them. Stephanie. Let me take a look at our list of names. Do we have any? See.
Caroline Morden.
There's a Caroline Morden.
And
there's also... That's it. Caroline Morden. And do we know who that is? We know the Morden family. No, we don't know the Morden family, do we? Do we know who
Morden?
Do we know?
Under Gwendolyn Morden's husband.
Oh, over here.
Oh, might be one of Angelica's children.
Yeah, we don't know. Oh, look at this.
Oh, yeah, right there.
It might be related to whatever's going on here. There's another line thing here. Guardian, adoption, or otherwise.
Oh.
Split up. Then married. Okay. Okay.
Because Caroline was on that list of
You know what we're
names
gonna
that we
do?
saw.
Hold on. You know what we're gonna do then? Hold on. I say let's just on a fucking
We might
just on
possibly
a
have
fucking hunch. Let's grab some stuff here, huh?
Oh yeah, forgot about taking pictures there.
Let's grab some stuff here and let's do just on a hunch, huh?
Brian Jones. Oh, he's not there.
What? No, we don't. What do you mean she's not there? Her last name's not going to be Jones. It's going to be one of these two. We don't know which.
Right.
Because it's going to be based off. It's going to be based off of one of these names here. It's probably, yeah, it's going to be one of these two names, but we don't know which one yet. And
Politician.
is that one of the politics? But we don't know which Stephanie. What's her name? Stephanie Jones?
Yep.
Do a search. We learned from an election results page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the Roottrees in any articles about her. Stephanie also has a very bare-bones website on her campaign. It is simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, "Be sure to read a full article in the Butler County Times."
Let's go to Butler County Times.
Most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report.
Landed.
Shanine, baby,
Sorry.
Rika, I mean, can't, baby. The most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared on the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation of indigenous trees to expand their maple farm. Unlike my mother, I am not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay, so we got some stuff here. So Landon is her. Okay, and then back to it real quick. Stephanie grew up in a home with my mother and her partner. Okay, so her mother then is.
Mother was named Caroline.
Is that what it said there?
Is her mother Caroline, a local artist?
Okay, so let's try. Yep, Caroline. Okay, I've got a thing here. I think I've got this. Mark Landon, and then
unknown occupation was artist.
Yeah, thank you. And then hold on. Yeah, here we go. Not that. Oh, duh. Stupid. No, not. I just don't know who this is. I don't know. But we got multiple pictures of Caroline Morden. Maybe we can do a spider search. Caroline is listed on a few art websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called P. Gross. P-Flag, an organization founded in the 70s. The acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians. Gays. Search. Well, that.
It was just.
She's an artist. She's just listed on some art websites. We don't have any art magazines or anything.
We haven't found any. Nope.
That's Gossip. Butler, maybe. E-Flag.
I guess we could try just putting Caroline Morden in there.
You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there's an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid, captioned Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis's Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. According to a quote further down, Atlantis's burden is meant to symbolize a society split by a decision over whether women should be or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, she looks like a hippie lesbian artist from the 70s. The image that accompanied a story about local art in Butler County. Caption Caroline sending her sculpture Atlantis's Burden. This sculpture is one of many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait, Art and the Beauty of Women. Can I click on anything else? No? Okay. When asked about the inspiration...
I wonder if we can find that article on the thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, we printed this out from the newspaper clipping we were just looking at.
Oh.
Okay, well, first off, we can put her in there. But we can get another picture for her. Okay. But still, hold on. Because we could do upcoming book, self-portrait, art and the beauty of women.
Oh, nice. Public library.
Yes. Yeah, I see. I didn't forget about that. Obra Dinn, right? Not Morgan. Published 1987, softcover, large art photography sculpture dedicated to Eloise and Stephanie.
Yeah.
Boom. Bada boom. I thought it was going to be this one because there's no last name. Because that's why there's no wedding rings. They were not married. Because it was not legal. Alrighty. Back to that real quick. Mostly black and white pictures of Caroline's art. The centerpiece is a series of full-color nude self-portraits at different ages, stretching from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation, and in her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to settle for boring men. She especially dislikes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Their marriages led her to double down on her passions, art and the environment. She even married a man who was the opposite of boring, which was an overcorrection. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees Company's effect on local environment, and rues how she was not able to convince her father Zach to make changes to policy. He also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative, and that the only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true loves, art and the beauty of women. All right, so this tells us that she has a sister named Gwendolyn.
And a cousin named Bonnie.
And she has a brother-in-law named Dr. Wilson. Okay. So this is going. So many freaking Gwens in this family. Ridiculous. It feels like Dark Souls 1. Like there's also a ton of Gwens in there as well. And this was Wilson, right?
Yeah, Wilson. Dr. Wilson something.
Gosh.
Go back to the thing?
Yeah, it was just Dr. Wilson. Brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson. You called completely bogus. So all we know is that he was a doctor. All we know is that he was a doctor, and that one of these then is... These are Wilsons, but there's 3 male Wilsons. So one of the males is the father, the other 2 are down here, and one of these is a female Wilson.
We could see who else is named Wilson.
But with that being a... But no, those are the 4 Wilsons, babe.
Oh, those are all 4 Wilsons.
And then that's the 4 Wilsons. All right, we have found a lot, though. We've actually found so much. I think next time we play, we can probably finish.
Yeah. But I just want to keep playing.
I know. I know. I don't know. This might be an extremely boring stream, but I am so I gotta just get it all. All right. Guys, again, I'm sorry if this has been super terrible, but we're one more stream of this, so we can probably do this in as a 2-part thing. Again, this is basically, this is a lot like Return of the Obra Dinn, but kind of in a more, it's less fantasy yet. Like Return of the Obra Dinn was trying to figure out how people died, and you had like a magic thing that like that you see the moment of like the deaths and like try to piece that together. Again, in a very weird art thing. If you haven't seen anything about Return of the Obra Dinn, definitely I would recommend playing it. But like at least look at some pictures of it, because if you don't even know what the style of it is, it's pretty weird. But I am very much enjoying this game, and I cannot wait until next weekend when I go to finish it. So until that time though, I'm just gonna have to say, no matter who you are, let me go back to the ending. Go to the ending screen here. Yeah. So until that time though, I'll say no matter who you are, where you are, or whenever the hell you're watching this, thanks for watching, guys. Bye.
Bye bye.